through the course of the night. We have put in a new all-time high. This is the ETH high, or the current, overnight. This is the previous all-time high. So I would be just completely amazed if that was left untouched by the regular trading session, folks. I'm now going to input the statistics. I guess I could. This is my homework study on IRT, which only varies in opening type. This is higher out of range, in which we're going to have today. Higher in range, lower out of range. So this is gap up, this is gap down. This is as it relates to the previous close. And all this does is I take 79.5 as the overnight VPOC, okay? So I will go to the overnight VPOC and I will input 79.5, and that's that. And I'll do that for the rest of these. The overnight high is 75, so we'll throw that over here. And it's just, all this is a study which says that given the opening type, in this case, higher out of range, this percentage, 79.5% of the instances where we had that opening type, the overnight VPOC was touched or exceeded by price. That's all there is to it. Same thing with the ETH. But it gives you targets, reference points, and likelihood. So you can start to define the context, which is the all-important thing to be in alignment with while trading, in my opinion. I'll continue to do this now. Got some other levels, but they're way down here. The overnight mid is always a biggie. Except the fact that I never noticed that before. The overnight mid in the higher out of range. See how the overnight mid is always right around here? Overnight mid. But it is in the, there we go. So it's 62.7% of the time. So we'll go over here to the overnight mid. 62.7. There we go. And I'll look at some other levels as things progress. This is the current micro composite high, which I will explain right now. So this is the micro composite. This is the current micro composite high, and we're trading above that. This area right here is above that. So this is the current micro composite high. This was a previous micro composite high. This was yesterday's trade based on that giant whopping news from basically it was just a uptrend all day, and then the big NVIDIA news after hours just took it off the map. The 77.5 is the micro composite VPOC, and I would hope that correlates to what I have over here. We have to get way down here, and there we have it. You see? That's how it works. Very simple. So I will be extremely cautious this morning. This is real volatile, and it's a great way to get your account handed to you. We are going to open here in 4 minutes, at which time I'll change the IRT charts from the full session to the day session or RTH session, but I won't do that until the open. Damn it. Yeah. So here we go in a couple of minutes, 3 to be exact. It would sort of be, given the overnight, tremendous uptrend, it would sort of be, and all this volatility or liquidity stacked up here at the top, it would sort of be natural to expect some profit taking, which would be responsive selling to get this down, because these are all buyers going up. Pretty incredible. There's the end of the close. After the close, actually. Then here was NVIDIA, and away we go to the races. I don't suspect that we're going to have any movement, so I'm going to switch this here in the next couple of seconds so I get ahead of the lag, because I'm sure there's going to be some lag probably. And we're gapping up about 20, 59, 30 handles. We got about a 30 handle gap. Here's our close, and here's our current trade. So we have about a 30 handle gap on that, on this opening session here. Damn it. And we open in a couple seconds. Oh, forgot to do this. This is got to activate the multi brackets. This is the risk neutral 2-lot package. Turn on the trading idea. We're open. There we go. Both. I can now initiate with a keyboard and adjust with the mouse. So there we go. Hook in and hang on. A lot of news out this morning too, which is to be taken into consideration. There's housing starts, job numbers, PMI, whole bunch of stuff. So this is going to be quite a morning. And I will be pulling away around 9:30, 9:15 to make a school run. And then I have a presentation at the top of the hour at 10. Hopefully cut that pretty short. Well, we opened right on top of the overnight VPOC. So there's that. There went that. And now we're going to start our migrating. Well, it's up and down faster than you can blink your eyes. What's going on here? Well, I can't put that in because we're already on top of it, but I'll put it just a tick above. I keep track of the migrating VPOCs because obviously it's real simple to do now, but as the day progresses, these scroll off and the flags are handy. There's a more muted VPOC, which is a full session. Then there's the brighter one, which is the current session, or RTH, which is here. That's about it. And the RMI, the current mid jumped right on top of the old VPOC. Or got a little bit of a, I said I would sort of be surprised if there wasn't some profit taking, but there's also a lot of numbers. So, yeah. I don't really know what the hell they're going to do, to be honest with you. I would be pretty floored if they closed the gap. In this irrational exuberance period of time, to quote Alan Greenspan. Fed chair back in back in the day. Obviously, it's really easy for the VPOC to fluctuate at the beginning of the session because the volumes are so light. It only takes a few hundred to move it. So it's less, gives you an idea kind of, I guess, of the direction, but I suppose it's less dependable. I wouldn't be thinking about a VPOC migration trade, which should never be taken mechanically anyhow, but I would definitely not be thinking about that early on in the, we've been open for 3 minutes. Volume's pretty good. Traded 369,000 contracts so far. So we've taken out our EVPOC. We've taken out our something. Where'd the mid go? Here's the overnight high, which we haven't taken out. We haven't put in a new all-time high, which would be very much expected on my part. We're trading now on top of the previous micro composite high. Here you see the micro composite, and there's today's trade so far. Trying to point out the things I'm watching. This purpose of the stream is, first of all, that all the disclaimers and all that noise are in the description. This stream is my video journal. I narrate it so that I can review and hear what I was thinking and see what I was seeing. That's the idea. If it helps out someone else ever, great. If not, the purpose is to be my video journal, and I stream it so that I can review it, on my phone in the evening or whatever else, other devices, etc. It's also recorded to this machine, but this machine doesn't have I can't access this machine from anywhere else. It's my trading rig. So a little bit of profit taking here, but boy, not very much responsive selling, I wouldn't say. I'm trying to turn up to get the volumes to balance properly on for the recordings and the live stream. When I listen to them here on the headset, this music's really loud right now, but typically when I'm, reviewing the stream on another device, that stuff is so muted. So, obviously I'm not a whiz bang with productions here. All right, so I am, hopefully that's not blowing everybody out of bed. I can't really monitor the stream Oh, I'll be able to do that when I make the school run. I'll dial into the stream, which will be left on, and I'll be able to tell. So ranch kids science, I guess. Huh? All times on my narration and screens are in Central Standard Time, which is the futures. The futures market is in Chicago, USA, which is Central Standard Time. And all screens here and my conversation, news, discussion, etc., is all Central Standard Time. I think I got to remember to put that in the description of these videos on the template so that that's plain, because I'm not a professional guy, and that's not the goal of this, or broadcaster. That's not the purpose of the stream. So, I forget to say stuff like that sometimes, a disclaimer and things like that. So we migrated that VPOC down 2 or 3 times, kind of holding now. Let's have a check about our news. What's going on with that story? I'm sure that's coming out here pretty quick. Earnings, there's nothing really exciting this morning. The news, jobless claims at 7:30, that's over with. 8:45, we've got the PMI. 8:45, that's in another 6-7 minutes. 9 o'clock, we've got existing home sales. Criminy Christ. Existing home sales. 10 o'clock, we got crude. 11 o'clock, 30-year tips auction. 14:15, FOMC member Harker speaks. Then 15:30, Fed balance sheet. Jesus. So it's just a magical day here. I should be able to show that, but, well, that's what it is. Who cares if I show it or not, I guess. Yeah. So here we go. Here is our gap. And I'd be pretty surprised if they could close that, especially with the market condition as it is. This is yesterday's close, open. You can see that we are pushing the IB lower, which is completely to be expected for responsive selling, profit taking. If you were long all night long and you made from here to here, wouldn't you suppose that or at least, what would you do? I'd be taking something off the table, especially ahead of some big news reports. And those recent history, the news reports have been pretty volatile. So their numbers. So there you go. Now, as I pointed out a few minutes ago, this muted yellow color, POC, is for the full session. So in other words, this is the POC for the full session, which started at 1700 last night. This is the POC, the more bright one, is for the current session to this morning. This is just the chart volume profile, which only draws what's reflected here on the chart to the left. This is the full session. This is the RTH session. These are the price levels pushed from IRT. These are the stats which I input. These high volume nodes and these levels over here come from my micro composite. These are pushed automatically. These I put in manually. And I hope you can see that. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Can you see the mouse? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so these are just the high volume high time frame stuff, which I put in manually. These are the automatically pushed from the micro composite chart. And, there you have it. So what a muted morning. We're going to have a fairly substantial 3-star number or important number out in another 3 minutes. Pretty much guess that's what they're waiting for. Yeah. Well, get bookmap all organized here. When you scroll in and out, I find that if I don't have this grid line exposed as it is now, as opposed to there, I don't grasp the relative movement. For me, I need to have some sort of line in the sand or measure, right? So if I can see these, I know pretty much where I'm at over here. And right now, this is a 50 or a 2-tick increments, right? It goes from 61 to 61 half, 62. So that's pretty, you can be as granular as you want to get. And you can also zoom in and out over here on the time zone. So you're into, microseconds, which I don't find to be particularly useful. I think one of the big I don't know, drawback would be the right word, but caution that I would put on Bookmap is you can easily get way into the weeds, way too granular. Jim Dalton would say cognitive dissonance. In fact, he says nobody should trade on a dome or any kind of a platform which gets more granular than 3 to 5 minutes. He says anything more granular than that just gives cognitive dissonance and it is a hindrance to a trader rather than a help. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that when I did a intensive with him, that was one of the things he preached about a lot. There's our news number. Yeah. And there's that new all-time high, which I was expecting, I think, pretty darn close anyway. I can't believe they wouldn't take that out with a tick. Or the previous all-time high, excuse me, and this is the overnight all-time high. So if you imagine they're going to let three handles stand and the overnight traders have the all-time high, my guess is no. But the market's random. You have no idea what's going to happen next. The probability of the next trade is always 50-50. Oh, yeah. There we have it. I would suggest that they're going to run for the new all-time high any second now. There is a statistic, the overnight high, overnight low, overnight volume point of control. They are taken out, and there's the new high of the all-time high put in. They're always there's a huge probability that they're going to be taken out by the regular trading session. So that's absolutely no surprise. Not something I would trade because that's no kind of a that's a breakout or a momentum trade, and I'm trying to stay a long ways away from those. And there's some stops up there, and there's irrational exuberance up there, and so much for responsive selling for profit taking, I guess. Yeah. And they continue to push it. Wow. They've taken out just about everything. The MCVPOs, the MC high, the all-time high, the what, everything's out. And I'm going to be doing off on a school run here before too long. Seems like I have a hard time staying engaged with the market around the open. Two girls in school and different schools and different start times. So, and then now and then I have something to do on it with my other life that I still am attached to. So can't believe you would trade on the wireless. Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to be right back. All right. And so we've had a new all-time high put in. They took out this area. This was the previous all-time high, which was put in overnight. This is the overnight high, so they took it out. And then, of course, RTH is never going to let that stand, and up they go. We've had a big news event. Got some more coming up. I'm going to take off on a school run now. So I will leave this the stream up so that I don't have to restart it. I have made a commitment to myself that I will not take any trades off stream. I only did that once, and because of the functionality of Bookmap, which records every tick, every movement, everything in the market, including the trade entries, stops, movement of those things, etc., I was able to then replay that and narrate over it. So there is one trade that's identified as a narrated recording, but I'm trying to not do that anymore, so I leave the stream going. And I hope it's not, it's so loud here. I'm amazed. I can't wait to hear what it sounds like on a replay for the live stream. Well, that is still pretty muted. I'm kind of amazed, actually. But when I listened to it on my phone in the car just now, it was still pretty muted at the normal volume that my daughter's Spotify or whatever. I don't understand. Anyway, so I am back in the saddle here. We have pushed up a couple of dozen times. We're got it We have a distribution forming here around the VPOC, which I will mark. There we go, the migrating point of control. The IB high has been set by where it was before. I don't know. I suppose it would have been about here somewhere, because this would have been the just before 9:30. The IB high or low is set. The IB 60 stat, excuse me, now is set at 9:30. It's pretty simple. So after 9:30, this ceases to move, and when we go through it, looks like we've just traded up to it. So I guess it's not quite out yet, but it's going to be taken here in the blink of an eye. Easier to see over here. You can see that there's been no penetration of the IB high as of yet. This is before 9:30, I think. Yeah, 8:50. Yeah. So it has, the IB stat has not been taken, but it has now. So big whoop, but it is satisfied. And I guess they're going to just continue to go up, and up, away, I guess. It's a Jackie Gleason moment, I guess, to the moon, Alice. Yeah. So what has happened since the open? Let's have a look. Here's our open, essentially at 8:30, wherever it went, right there. There's the open. A little bit of selling. We had the big number at 8:45, took us up here. And now we're just continually climbing higher. Had a consolidation which formed this distribution. And we continue to push higher. So, yeah, Merry Christmas. Anybody that got long around the open is tickled to death. No real structured trade that I saw there. So, nothing for me to do. And I have no clue where they're going to go here, to be honest with you. One thing they're not going to do anytime quick is close the gap, which, but of course, it's been basically an hour and 6 minutes since the regular trading session's been open. So anything can happen between now and 1500. Anything can happen. Certainly, our context is up. In a bit rotational in the consolidation period, easier for me to see over here. I mean, here's our regular trading session hours. There's the open, little pullback, up we go. Now we're consolidating and then push to a new IB high and new all-time high. Context is obviously up at this moment. Big volume traded out in that consolidation area in this distribution. And we'll see where we go. Not really any structured trade that I see at the moment. it would be pretty hard pressed to look at this as an IB failure, which would be a trade setup, a vetted setup trade that occurs. It's basically a mean reversion trade, so it's an outside in. Okay, and yes, there is room to scale before the first obstacle, which you might call this little guy over here some obstacle, but it's just who knows whether that's really liquidity or serious or spoofing or whatever it is. But with such an up market, it's pretty hard for me to think about an IB failure, even though technically we would be in a rotational market. Yesterday we were. First part of the day was mean reversion. One of the big tricks is being able to pick up early on when context changes. Always continually working on that. I don't know what that bing bong noise was, but something happened, I guess. What I do here with these is I'll change this text to black, meaning it was a previous one, just for my own ideas, and then I'll pop one up here. Pop one here, and now we have a accurate all-time high. I think it's got to come down about a tick, actually. What does IRT say? No, 50.79.5. So I was right the first time. Oop. There we go. That's the new and improved current all-time high on adjusted data for the ES, I should say. And I suppose we're looking at some sort of a number here. I don't know. Well, and there we have a pretty classic mean reversion IB failure. Tested up to the all-time high, this outer edge. No real trigger, though, unless you would want to pretend that this is one. Or you look at this IB failure here, which is, test up, can't do it, and then down. But, it's got enough range for the scale. And so it would have been a viable trade. Shows you what I know. right. So fortunately for me, that was a quick meeting. And here we are. The IB failure, yes, was a good trade. I wasn't involved in, but watched it and narrated it earlier on. We are now testing the new all-time highs again at the RTH high level right here. Previous all-time high was down here, taken out by the overnight, which everybody on the planet knows is never going to last because RTH can't have that. So those traders have to put their mark on it, which they have done. Now, the previous IB failure was a good one because here's the IB high. They tested up through here, came down through it, tested up to the IB high again, didn't get anywhere, and that would have been the trigger for the short. Scale being the mean. In other words, it's IB failure is a mean reversion trade, only justified in a rotational or balanced market. And basically, it's an outside in, right? So it's a mean reversion from the outside to the mean. And then what you get off the bottom of that, it's lucky for you. But that was the case to here. And then it pressed on further. So that would have been a qualified trade. And now we're looking at whatever we're looking at here. I think that brings us up to speed. This is the day so far. Here was that IB set, and then the IB failure with a test and down. And you see that apart from this first run up on news, we are essentially consolidating and building out this big upper distribution of volume. And that brings us up to speed. I hope everything's working here. I believe it is. I would hope that there could be some movement now. Opportunities present themselves. So beautiful thing about trading is it's just the joke or the expression in the trader's lab is, well, I'm waiting for the next bus. It's just the trading. The market is just a continual stream of opportunities. The idea here from the in my opinion, proper trading business philosophy is that it is a statistical business of probabilities. You have pre-vetted or predetermined setups with predetermined context and parameters that you can watch for in advance. And they have targets and scales. Some of the targets can be these price levels, which have been identified over and above the risk neutral scale. And then it's not like a video game or a crapshoot or gambling. It's you have an identified trade that you're waiting for. When it presents itself, if it presents itself with the proper criteria, you execute the trade, and the law of large numbers bring the revenue to your account. Much more, and with the risk neutral configuration, the minute the first scale is off, you are risk neutral, and then the worst that can happen is a scratch. And so the psychological drama is removed from the trade. So makes a lot of sense to me, and I think it's been successful so far, so let's see. And here we are banging along at the top. I don't do breakouts. I don't do momentum trades. They just don't work for me. That's not to say that they don't work for other people. And this is certainly not the only way to trade. This is a way that I find successful and that makes logical sense to me. Very definitely the concept of trading as a probability statistical business, not just, my idea. That's it is essentially the biggest or the most widely known example of this is a casino. They have a vetted edge for each game they play. They play every game exactly the same way with the exact same amount of same rules, same regulations, and they just take every instance that they can. And the law of large numbers brings the money across the table. And I think it's pretty obvious how much money, who in Las Vegas is making the money. They seem to continually build bigger hotels and give you the cocktails and the drinks and the whatever else it is. So I don't think there's any question about the fact that it is a statistical probability business. And that's the same thing that's exactly the principle that the big houses, Knight and Citadel and those guys work on. It is not gambling or crapshooting, that's for sure. Testing that all-time high. Come up here. Only 82, test up here to 39, a bit of exhaustion, but consolidation up here at the high. So I'm not too gung-ho about a short at this point. And now what? Yeah, we're putting in a zipper up here at the top, hitting that all-time high 2 or 3 different times. We do have, oops, wrong mouse. Helps to have the right mouse in the house. So we do have 11 o'clock, we got the 30-year tips auction. Then we're at 14:15. We have FOMC member Hawker speaking. Then 1530, the balance sheet, and after that, who cares? But there is a Kashari is FOMC member. Kashari is speaking at 1600, and then another one at 1835. So these guys are just hammering it. Okay. I think that's got the news stuff out of the way for the day for my trading window anyway. And my meetings are out of the way for the oil patch, so that's pretty snazzy. But we're right at this top. And this is where all the little retail boys and girls are getting real excited. And there'll be conversations like, oh, it's been tested 3 times, it's a week high, and all these kind of things, which is probably true. But that's not a structured trade for me. Or now, looking at this, we had an IB failure, right? But here we've tested the IB high, IB high, IB high. Is this an IB high, an IB continuation setup? And that's probably more likely with the all-time high up here and the developing value area high here. That's probably these were probably more likely setups, which I didn't notice until right now. So that's what happens to me when I lose my focus, or my focus is drawn somewhere else, and then I drop back into the market, and why I'm extra cautious and vigilant not to start slapping on trades until I'm fully back in the groove. And there's a perfect example. I'm sitting here thinking about, well, I wouldn't be interested in a short. Well, yeah, no kidding. The market's going up, the context is up, and here it is testing the IB high. So there is and quite frankly, there's it quite 77. It's close to the scale limit of 3 points ahead of the first obstacle. So that was a little tight. Down here would have been a little better. And now we're going to trade up here. Are there stops up there? Who knows? Probably. Stops being fuel for the market. Yeah. Pushed it higher. So this IB continuation here is likely a good trade. It would have been scaled, and then who the hell knows? What have we got above up here? Yeah, we got 88, some liquidity parked out at 88. Quite a bit, actually. Wow. 6,000, is that right? 6,000 contracts? Holy crap. So, what are we going to do? Bookmap kind of, I have to keep making sure I look at the bigger picture. You see, it's pretty clear what we've done so far today with this IRT. Go. Here's our consolidation, a little peak up, back down here, just bouncing off the IB high. Not so clear to me here. When you get it wound up like this, it starts to make a little more sense. That's from the open. It's very easy, in my opinion, to get in way too close to see the forest for the trees. And again, the IB continuation looks like it was a good idea. Some other trades along the way here. Here is the VWAP to VPOC, but then the POC starts closing down on you, so that's got to not be a warm and fuzzy feeling. This is no good because there's not the range for the scale. When I refer to the range for the scale on the risk neutral setup, it's two contracts with a stop at 12 ticks or 3 handles. The first scale is positive 12 ticks or 3 handles. That makes the trade risk neutral on the second contract. That's what that's about. So there has to be a minimum of 3 points ahead of the first obstacle so that the risk neutral scale can be hit. And then, obviously this would be super, but hindsight. RMT, rear view mirror trading. Not the best. I guess the most recent structured trade for me would be the IB continuation. It is a qualified trade as far as I'm concerned because the context, if I can find the mouse, the context is up, consolidation, up, consolidation. If you're real picky, if you really squint your eyes, it's higher lows and higher highs. But it is an up market, whereas the IB failure, which did work well here, is a valid trade in a rotational market. The thing about the trading is one of the magic aspects about trading is that the context can suddenly change more than once within a day. And how quick you can adapt to that is one of the joys. Oftentimes you don't adapt to it until you've taken a stop because you're going mean reversion until it's not. And then when it's not, it means you took a stop and you need to reassess the situation, for example. Well, I don't know what to think about this now. They're consolidating the hell out of things up there, but it looks like they might be kind of running out of gas at the top. Again, just have to wait and see. Are they going to break through this high below now and get some traction down? Who the heck knows? Probably. And that would be a good short, I think. Oh, man, you got to be kidding me. Oh, let's see what that does. That's a real bad entry, real late. I was trying to enter here, and I couldn't because I did not have the focus in the and look at how close that came to my first target. Isn't that something magical? So this is a kind of that's a real bad trade. I think the thing to do here is kill this. That's just terrible. I hit it here, had to grab my mouse, recenter on the window, to do it again. So that's just pretty disappointing there. Really disappointing. After being so patient. I do still think we're ahead of the mean. So you see how the setup automatically goes for the mean reversion trade. The problem is missed that by what, a tick or something. And it's hard to tell where that really has hit. A couple of ticks there for this the scale. And I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but it doesn't look like a very rosy picture. Not getting any correlation help with the ES, NQ, I'm sorry. Yeah, typically I'll let this play a tad bit to see if I can get to see if I get the risk neutral scale off. But if this is not happening in another couple of minutes, I'll kill the trade because of that execution error. And that's what it will be. That's the setup I will put. This was going to be an IB failure. And it was. The problem now is what's going to happen at this point. I don't like these long consolidations like this. It's not not conducive to a favorable outcome. Typically, I don't know, I think it was FT71 Murad or somebody that's had come up with some, if it hasn't gone your way in a certain period of time, it's likely not going to. That's not to say that you haven't gotten the scale off, but like, look at this nonsense here. What is this going to do? Or am I going to get my scale? Are we going to get down there now and get that building a little bit of microstructure right here? What I may do is pull the scales up now. It read my mind, you see. So we are stops above developing value area high. The problem is our stops, we should have been well scaled and the stop should have been up here because of the execution location that I was trying for, and I missed that. That's a real bad deal. I suppose it's about entries about. Now, this is not looking good, you see. Testing back to the IB high again. The joy of trading, how it just misses this by a couple of ticks. You know, that's the that's the irritating part. That's the irritating part. Well, and this is more to the joy of trading, where you just sit and are patient. You know, will I get my T1 scale, which I just missed by a couple of ticks down there, and then will it revert to the mean? So let's see what we're going to get. I really don't like this nonsense consolidation here, but we're coming up to the top of the hour, which that may or may not mean anything to anybody. Is there news? I think there was something at 11. The 30-year TIPS auction. Yeah, boy, I'll tell you, that execution error really irritates me. I think I hate that worse than anything else. Simply because it's a thing with Bookmap, and because I have more than one screen. If I haven't got the Bookmap window screen selected, then the keyboard doesn't work, right? So I'm mashing enter over up here, which means I would have certainly been scaled. Stops would be up here, and it would be the whole trade would have a completely different complexion. So this is definitely a execution error. I guess the only other way around that is to enter with the mouse always, but I have had problems with that. You got to do different mouse configurations here with Bookmap, whether you're above or below active price inside of this line, and different mouse configurations, right, left, center, etc., to get the trade-off you want. Now, right now, this is just not a good deal. Building a microstructure here below the IB high. And I'm just not particularly pleased with the whole situation. But seems like an eternity, right? And it's been essentially 10 minutes from here to there, down there. I don't have a statistic for it, but I would say that if the damn thing hasn't gone your way after a specific period of time, it's likely not going to. Certainly is nerve-wracking. That's for sure. Now, would I bring this up to where would be a likely spot? Here again? You know, there's no real levels around here. This is a migrating VPOC, so this would be a price check. This is the POC, so we're ahead of that, and it's the VWAP. Mid's down here. So there's a lot of good stuff going on here, trade-wise, except the damn price action's not going the right direction. It was when I saw the trade. Right here. Disappointing. So I don't know what's going to happen here, but there we go. Well, 11 o'clock was a bit of a good sign. Now let's see if they move it down there to the scale. And there we have risk neutral. Okay. Pressure's off. This stop will now be brought down under break even. Okay. There's the POC. What have we got for targets? Nothing that's not been hit at this point. So I will leave everything as it was and see what happens now. I don't know if they're going to get down there or not. I have no clue. You would think as close as they are to the POC, yeah, probably, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? So, so there was a 10-minute wait. 40. So this is about 2 35. Okay. Now I have some options. I could bring my stops up. I could V-stop up. I could leave it for a scratch. I could, if I had brought it up to about here, that would be it. Essentially 24 ticks. And who knows what the hell they're going to do with it. But at this point, the pressure's off. I am not, engaged emotionally. I would like to see him go down there and take that out again, but if they don't want to do that, that's up to them. And they may go up and scratch me out. You never know. I don't know. Well, I guess this is what they did. That was a price check at aisle 3 right there. Wow, stupid. See, that's what happens when I'm not fully engaged. I actually mentioned that And that's probably what's they've done is just test that. Is it still too low? Yes, it's too low. And back up they go. They took out 909 stops here. Only 12 came out over here. So will they get back down there to test that again? Don't know. Will they go up and look on the top side above developing value area high? Likely. This is the developing value area high, differing from value area high in that this is the developing value area of this trading session. I'll go with this crap again. likely likely hit a scratcher. Yeah, there we are. So there's one trade and a scratch. Now it'll be interesting to see just what these rocket scientists do with it. To the tick. But it's imperative to me not to move my stop, right? And it's uncanny the number of times that you'll get taken to the tick like that. Now let me point out to you in rearview mirror trading talk, had my entry been instead of here, had it been here where I mis-executed, my stops would be up here. I would have been scaled long ago. I would have actually been at my T2 would have been right here. Right? But I would still be in this trade or I would still be in the trade and well in profit. So yeah. Pretty funny how it's just to the tick it took that stuff. Incredible. Anyway. But I'm pleased with the execution was an error, but I'm pleased with the management. I did exactly what my plan said to do. I took my scale. I held for the scratch. Am I disappointed that I didn't pull the stop down here? Yeah. Am I disappointed? A whole bunch of stuff. But that's all RMT. That's all rear view mirror trading. There we go. Well, that's disappointing, but it is what it is. In hindsight, of course, it would have been, I should have just taken them both off here. Or the minute that came off, brought my stop up here. There's so many things to do once you know the outcome. And so I don't think it's really beneficial, maybe, to actually analyze it like that, because you're looking in the rearview mirror, and I did what I thought was right by what I saw. And so, therefore, that's what I did. Now, I am going to be thoroughly pissed when it does, as it often does, took me out by a tick, now a couple later, and then goes down to my target, for example, or further. But, you know. And now it's becoming the time of day when I'm not too gung-ho about trading. And I'll be right back. And what have they gotten up to? Nothing. Okay. I suppose that before too long, they'll be down here at this target. Do I re-enter the trade? I don't. That's kind of chasing and revenging to me. I have a problem doing that. I know other people do it successfully, but I don't have that big of an account to probe the market. Oh, all right. I'll be right back. I forgot to unmute. So yeah, what are they going to do? Very likely they'll come down to this mean, drop through, and somewhere around this area here, which would incorporate that target. Do I enter again up here? No, I don't think so. I have a problem doing that. It seems like chasing to me. And at the moment, we're at the developing value area high and above the IB high. They've tested it once, and maybe it's now going to continue again. I don't know. If you look at what we've been doing, it's pretty much pretty much a consolidation here around the IB high. So I don't think so. Okay, what are they doing? They're teasing me some more. Now, that's exactly what I think they're doing too. It's just now it's retail soup, in my opinion. I managed the trade the way my plan says. My problem was my execution error entering here, heading for the IB failure. Well, right there. And not having the screen selected with the mouse like that so that the keyboard didn't activate. I had to quickly grab the mouse, click the screen, and then enter, which I did here. Scaled. And scratched. And there you have it. The joy of trading. All right, when I scale, notice there's two stops here. In the bracket setup, you can't have both stops exactly the same spot in this setup tool. So one's at 12 and one's at 13. I used to, OCDly bring them together But I mean, what's a tick? I leave it there. It's $12. Yeah, I understand that. But so what happens is there has this one tick difference here. And when this one scale hit, it's this one, I brought the second stop under the break even line. Not at the break even line, but under the break even line by about a tick. So I've essentially paid the commissions. So it is truly a scratch net. And then that's it, then I sit and let it play out. Trade management, I think, is probably the more nuanced and difficult, perhaps, thing to get my head around. I mean, obviously the setup, the scales, the targets, that's pretty easy. But no, should I have brought the scale here? Should I have brought it ahead of that? You know what I mean? This stop. Should I have trailed up here? No, I don't think so. I don't think you trail until you've gotten past here. If I would have extended past the scale, like say come here and gone down, I would have trailed up to the swing high or the low, either a low volume area here or a swing here in price, for example. But, and then there's other philosophies that are you just, you don't move them and you sit and let the trade play out. So there you have it. But absolutely, without question, never widen the stops out, even by one tick. The minute it's scaled, I ensure that the remaining stop is inside the break even by about a tick. And I never touch it. I will bring it towards the entry or past the entry for trade management, but I will never touch it. I will never widen it in a million years. And there are, there are those that would say, well, even though you executed, your error execution was wrong, your entry was here, by definition, your stop needs to go above these highs. So the stop would have had to go up here and still be in the trade, right? Well, maybe still be in the trade for now, but it's kind of coming up on you. And instead of taking a scratch, you'd now be looking at 4 or 5 handles, stop loss. So that just defeats the whole purpose. I mean, it's not even worth discussing, really. It's just, I think that's just rationalization and, whatever. I was sort of berating myself for not killing the trade immediately when I saw the entry wrong. First of all, of course, it's irritating I didn't get my scale here. But when I saw the execution error, having not had the screen properly initialized, typically I would just immediately kill it. Anytime there's an error or a misfire or a misexecution, I kill it. In this case, it seemed, in this case, it didn't. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. It turned out okay because I got a scale and I got risk neutral. Scale and scratch, but scale for risk neutral and then a scratch, and it came back on me for a scratch. But I think it's probably better that the minute you have an error, knock it in the head as quick as you can. I think. And here they go. If I'd have moved those, so let's imagine that I moved these stops. Oops, wrong mouse. God. Let's imagine that I had moved these stops above the swings. Okay. So we're looking at 51-ish. Let's say 51.5. which happens to just ironically be the high of the day. If, in my opinion, that's just a sucker retail move. And let's see. Right now, I'd still be in the trade. I would have scaled and still be in the trade. Now, here's the downside. I would not be scaled because if I move my stop from here to here, that is 78 to 51. That's 3 more points. So this scale would have to be here, which is 3 more points. So we would not be scaled. We would now be stopped out for 24 points, ticks, or 6 points. So all the way around, a really bad morning. I'm happy with the risk neutral setup. I'm happy with my trade management. I'm disappointed with the execution. And I don't know a way around that other than just every time I think about it, click on the damn screen, I guess, because I guess that's what I need to do. I don't know. I wish there was some sort of a way to tell. Maybe there is, and I just don't know what it is. Some sort of visual cue or clue or something. I don't know. Yeah, so there it is, stopped out, new high a day. So the IB continuation would be the trade. This, I guess, there'll be a lot of people talking about how they took this long to the IB high or the IB continuation. And that would be a valid trade. I was unfortunately on the counter rotation side of the day, which is not a good thing to be. That's actually a really poor trade decision. Anticipating a context change. Yeah, so rear view mirror trading. The ideal situation is this test down here to no place, the MVPOC. I guess somebody will say, well, it tested that previous price check at aisle 3 and got long for the continuation. And that is, in fact, valid everything. That's a valid way of looking at the market right now. And more profitable than my way, that's for sure. More profitable than my way. Well, yeah, and look at that. What a lovely sight to set before the king, right? So this test of the IB high, which is really not a test right here. It's like hell knows what that is. Going for an IB continuation higher up to these areas. Yeah, that's great. And I wish I was on it, but I'm not. What are you going to do? No place do I look at that and see that. Well, where the possible setup, as I mentioned earlier, was right here. We test down to this price check at aisle 3, come back and get it again, and then head for higher ground, which, yeah, it's all real easy to see in hindsight. No question about it. The reality is I took one trade with a poor execution error. I tried to enter here, but I did not have the focus on the book map screen. So I had to change that, and by just clicking, on the screen with the mouse, because it didn't work with keyboard doesn't do that. So I entered late. I held through all this nonsense. I missed a scale by whatever, a couple ticks. Held through all this nonsense and got risk neutral scale. Adjusted my stop within the break even, which is exactly correct. And then sat and watched the trade, and it came back and took me out. Came back down and tested again at this my entry level, which is nothing. It's a little microstructure high volume area. And up they go for the IB continuation, developing value area high, a new all-time high, and blah, 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 blah. Up, up, up. Pretty soon somebody's going to get a nosebleed up here. And I'd love to have been on that long, but I'm not. And I should say that also in conjunction with my entry error, that was basically, let's look over here again. Basically, that was a short here. So that was essentially a counter rotation trend. Not, which is bad. Should always try to align and trade with the context. Trade and trends your friend, all those stuff. You essentially the context of the day is up, right? It was up, consolidation, and up some more we go. So essentially, I wasn't looking for much. I was just looking to get to the bottom of this developing value area high, which is not that unreasonable, but it was a counter rotation trade. So that's not a good thing. And now here I would be screwed again if I tried to enter, because switching from the IRT screens to the book map screen, unless I come over here and click, focus would still be over on the IRT side, so there would be no entry. That's exactly what happened to me a minute ago. Let's see what happened here. Okay, I gotta grab the screen grab of this before it goes off the screen. Yeah, and that would have been a lovely long. Is a lovely long for whoever's in it. I don't think I'm going to be engaging with this in the near future. So it would seem that we are just to the moon, Alice. Wow. And I suppose any one of these pullbacks would have been a good get-on spot, but I don't know. Wow. Getting up to the 5,100 handle. Jumping. Jesus. Trade across 100 handles. What a month. Jesus, when was it in the 49s? Not long ago. That's for sure. Wow. Yesterday. That's pretty funny. That's pretty amazing. We had a low yesterday of about 49.60. Wow, no, that's the value area low of the micro composite, but it's pretty darn close. It's a wick low. So say 41.60, 49.60. And we're trading at 50.94 today. Oh, wow. That's one hell of a one hell of a oh, well, looky there. What in the world? I don't know what I would think about this deal here. Pretty sure it would do nothing at this moment. Been away, now back, watching. Bad idea. Bad idea. Stepping into stuff cold and then get somewhere. Oh, look at that. Wow, wow. Look at her go. That century figure is going to be a big one. Yeah, well, that's what happened when you take a nap, I guess. And I don't know exactly what I would do here, but I do imagine that 5100, though there's going to be some serious defense there from a point of view of options guys and whatever else, but that's going to be likely it's a likely spot. I don't have a trade there, however, and this is not I guess the nearest thing to a qualified trade would be here. Pull back to where? No place. Just to pull back to get on a trend. Not really anything I've ever that I would have as a vetted trade. So it's frustrating to watch the market. It's a real good opportunity for FOMO. For sure. Yeah. Sorry about that. Intentionally looking at other stuff so I don't succumb to FOMO. I mean, yeah, there's about a million different ideas you could use here. This low volume area, you're going to just use basically whatever excuse you want to have it be. It's basically you'd be looking for a pullback to get on the trend, but we're right at the top and at a century figure where they could certainly turn around and start taking some profit. So, yeah, I guess I got to stop eating during the day because there's something wrong with me. I guess when I eat, it's like if I even have a light something, it's like narcolepsy or something. If I don't lay down quick, I'm gonna probably fall over. I don't. But yeah, it's very easy to go lay down and take a 30-minute nap, and or an hour in this case. And look what happened in that period of time. From here, here, 25 handle. I guess this would have been the the IB high test right here after the trade. Then another pullback here. But, rear view mirror trading, once again, none of those would be a vetted trade for me, but certainly clear in hindsight. And that's the dangerous part about them. That's the dangerous part. That is the dangerous part. Extremely tempted to throw on a trade right there at this area especially when it gets down in here. But here's exactly why I'm not going to do that. Well, if I had a resting order, for example, at 7 and got on, that would be still wouldn't qualify because my scale would be within the 3-point limit. My scale would be right in this heavy liquidity up here. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to do that. And this liquidity will likely lift off and they'll go blast it through there. And when they do, I suppose they'll get higher ground. I don't imagine you're going to find a lot of people stopped up there because we haven't been there before. And, I find it a little hard to believe that somebody would have gone short and then put a stop way up above there. But I guess maybe I don't understand the market well enough. But here we go. I would say that within the next hour or before 2 o'clock, we're going to break through that 5,100 and we're going to rip out of there. And that would be a breakout trade that somebody would be on. And, that somebody, unfortunately, is not going to be me. I'm trying to look back here. I try, I'm kind of between the devil and the deep blue sea. looking back, has has a value, I guess, but it also rear view mirror trading is also so dangerous. Now we've gone through that all new high at 5,100, and let's see if there's any fuel up above there. I would suppose that the only fuel that would be living up here would be anybody that's shorted here or here. I can't imagine anybody else that would be up there. So it'd be interesting to see how much fuel, or which is basically stopped, are living up here. And not a lot, which is for an all new century figure, high of the day, and now a bunch of liquidity comes under it, and they're going to try to push it up even higher yet, which is a very viable idea. And if I were to breakout trader, that would be a long. But I don't have good success with that. In fact, to a point that I have several error codes. Error BO is one of them, and that's a error breakout. Error execution, which I'll use on that earlier trade today, so that I can kind of trap what codes are errors and what codes are not. What errors I've made are just as important, I think, maybe more so, is what you made that worked out. In my journal thingy, which is an Excel deal that I have. I have Rhythmic set up to upload the trade data to my local machine, to a local machine here every day after the close. And then I import that data into the database, which is the back end of the journal. And it's pretty simple. I actually have a video on doing it in this channel. So happy to share that thing if it can be of any help. It's certainly not professional, and I'm not a power user, but it does work, and you can vet stats and whatnot. I have another journal, which is a Journalytics from Jigsaw, because I've owned Jigsaw for years and years and years. But it's it's $500 a year or something like that, which is it's fancy. But I've compared my handmade local Excel journal, all the numbers, to the Journalytics, and essentially it's replicated, so they're the same. So and it's actually easier to filter and check my statistics on my local journal. Now I'm sort of wishing I hadn't taken that 98 or 97, huh? And do I take one now? Do I just get on along and hope for the best? I can't do that. That's gambling. And I just wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, sure, I could do it, of course, but I will not do it because it's not in my plan, and it goes against my discipline. And these kind of days will kill you, because you look back and go, Jesus, why didn't I? And there's, I guess, the ultimate why didn't I is why didn't you go long off the swing low? Wouldn't have been any heat and still be sitting there for 50 points. Exactly 50 handles. No, 50 handles exactly right now. Swing low is 50, 52 quarter, and we are sitting at 51.02 quarter. Would have been exactly 50 handles with no heat. Easier to see here. Here's the open. There's the swing low. There's the IB low, which is the low of the morning. 50, 52, 51.02 quarter, 50 handles straight up. No heat, zero all the way. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. And now I'll have to remember. I guess what I need to do is figure out how the hell figure how to do this so that it's in trade mode or whatever, so it's has focus. Because that cost me dearly this morning. Didn't cost me dearly. It got me a execution error, which was a late entry, which meant my scales and targets and stops were inopportune positioning. I did get my risk neutral scale, and I held, followed my trade plan, and I took a scratch. But so, no harm, no foul. But on the other hand, it would have been a scale, and then it would have been the target. So it would have been a completely different ballgame. Would have been 36 ticks positive as opposed to 1 tick positive. I always move the runner's stop to 1 break even plus 1 tick so that it pays for the commission. Yeah, well, I guess I shouldn't have talked myself out of this little long right here, but it didn't qualify, and therefore I didn't take it. So, FOMO, RMT, Review Mirror Trading. I should start a website of Cattle for RMT. Of course, I don't have to because there's about 9 million rearview mirror gurus on the internet. Quite a few, like just about all of them. I'm sure there are other non-BS guys out there, but most of them, even some of the ones that do successfully put on trades. First of all, if somebody doesn't trade live on the stream, then I right away imagine that's just BS. I've even seen a few that do that and are from time to time successful, but with no kind of a trade plan or rhyme or reason. Don't use stops, take a 3,000-4,000 loss in a day and then supposedly make it all back after the stream and, that kind of crap. So I don't, I don't think there's a whole lot of real deals out there. Tom, there's a link I mentioned frequently the Traders Lab, which is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy and run by a guy named Tom B. Whatever his last name is, who knows? Who cares? He's been trading for like 40 years. Is, in my opinion, from judging what he says, from my experience, he's the real deal. And he never tries to sell anything. He doesn't ever trade live or show any trades, which is kind of disappointing to me. I think that would be That would be great for me to see. I suppose it's because of his size, and he probably doesn't trade exactly like he talks about in the stream. I guess. Whatever. But he has a lot of great points, and there's some other great, seems like some pretty good folks in that room. So I would recommend that. And it's free, and you don't have to be a Bookmap subscriber, and they don't sell anything, which is, huge. No Patreon, no merch. He is, the room is provided by Bookmap, so obviously he uses Bookmap, and a lot of the people in there do. So obviously it's supported by them. But wow, man, this is starting to really rub me the wrong way now. Heading for 10 points on this little breakout thing up here. I guess it's probably going to go up to 10. I almost get on just to take it to the top, but without seeing any pullback other than right here when I was jabbering about it and not taking it because it didn't have the 3-point scale. There you are. Was irritating, is irritating. And I would not have any idea what to do now. I think anything you do now is just a Hail Mary, get on and gamble, in my opinion. Until it gets up to like 2 o'clock and see what happens. But not going to be anything happen that's unusual that's going to keep doing this. They may, start taking profits, but it's Thursday. It's not Friday. It's not a holiday. So, there could be a number of, this could last a while. And don't forget this, this is a continuation of yesterday and yesterday's ETH session, all based on this irrational exuberance from the NVIDIA stuff. Bunch of liquidity jumping in there behind them. Wow. Makes you real antsy to just throw a long on and see. Matter of fact, I think I will just go get some water and step away. When you zoom in a bit, it's looks a little more doable. For example, we were, 5.5 to 7.5, 2.5 points. Another little bit, and you'd be up there. You'd be at the 3-point scale. I would be at the 3-point scale. And been sitting here watching it go 10 handles since I've been talking about how it's not got enough room. Trend days are really difficult for me to get on, actually. And I guess that, just shut your eyes and mash go. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's the best idea. Don't know. And you see exactly why I'm hesitant. I was thinking, well, maybe I ought to just throw one on and go for it. And then here we go. And I'd be stopped out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't have it in my plan, and I don't know what to do with it. I guess in theory, you could take each one of these microstructure distributions here and go, well, this is the outside in and, mean reversion kind of thing. That's just bullshit and bus tickets. I think that's just rationalizing whatever you want to do. I believe that last run up was stellar from under the developing value area high. They tested the value area high, pulled back, and took off, and then traded 20 handles. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty darn cool. And now there's a sell-off. And all those dorks that have been trying to pick the top all the way up, there's a couple of them that did this, and they're all proud of themselves, I guess. I would suppose, and I would imagine that is without a doubt the truth. And I'll be the first to admit I have no idea what to do in a situation like this. I'm not a trend, My natural preference is to short. My experience, or whether it's real or not, or what I imagine is that the market tends to go down much faster and with more conviction than it goes up. It kind of takes us. The old expression is it takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down. And so the majority of my trades are short trades, but I don't short against an uptrend. I wouldn't short this, way back when I thought it was rotational. I did do that on my one trade, and it didn't work out well. I scratched. That was, early on, but certainly after this pronounced up move, which, was unquestionably a change in context or a continuation of context. Maybe that's the right way to put it. I wouldn't try to pick the top and short it. And there'll come a time in this market where it will go down. And so where's that? But, there's a lot of people that are just trying to pick tops and bottoms, and they just get run over. Equally so, I would not be comfortable taking a long here anywhere. This is no place. There's no level here for me. What is there? There's some liquidity used to live here that we got through, and here that we got through, and then we traded up. But so what? And I'm not saying that I'm right or that I know what I'm doing. I'm trying to articulate what I'm thinking for when I review these streams and point out to myself that there's a lot about this I don't understand. I guess, I saw this 5100. Sure, that's a big century figure. That's obvious to a lot of people. We traded up through it, pulled back to it. We going to bounce off it and head back up, or are they going to just? Was this an anomaly of euphoria? And now all these, yay, retail guy, oh, yay, oh. It's like a roller coaster, It's like a ride at the carnival. My suspicion would be that they're going to want to take profit. Wow, I'm sorry, yawning. And my suspicion here is that they will want to take profit as we near 2:00 and the close of the day. Who the hell wouldn't be on all of that profit? On all that guys that were long from, well, the POC, the IB low, the IB high. I mean, pick one. The value area low, whatever, developing value area low, any of those spots that are long, they got a 50 handles profit. I would suppose they're going to take some of it off. I would think. Quite a fight going on here now. One would also expect that there would be a buttload of stops below the century figure. That didn't look like there was many. 279 and then comes back down to 16. That's kind of suggests exhaustion, and back up they go. But, again, shorting this trend is not the right thing to do. And the philosophy of a trend market is that there is no value area because price is seeking value, and that's why it's trending somewhere. It's moving somewhere because it doesn't think where it was is fair. That's kind of the idea as I understand it. Makes sense. I mean, if everybody agreed that 5,100 was a fair price for the S&P, that's where the market stopped, and there wouldn't be any trading. Everybody just sit there. So that'd be pretty funny. I'd actually like to see that sometime. Well, what are they going to do now? Has that profit taking started to kick in? We approach, I don't know, it's 20 more minutes to the witching hour, the famous power hour of 2 o'clock. Got quite a low volume area around 95 here. Now we just gapped through it. You see that? There's another one down here though, around 95, 96. Will be interesting to see what happens to get down here. Yeah. Well, uh, oh, double top. Didn't see this here. You see a double top. Oh boy, there's a whole lot of people that are excited about that. And And if you want to listen to some of the philosophies and particularly the trader lab, or just common sense about exhaustion, we traded up here to this level, and there's only 44 stops up there. We back down, back up again to see if it was still too high, and only 3 stops. Oh, wait a minute here. So that would suggest, I guess, that there's not a lot of fuel up there or buyers. And, you know, exhaustion, down they come, I guess, which they did. 10 points or so. are now going to futz around here until 2 o'clock and then decide what to do after that. Well, there's a 3-point move down from whatever the hell they're doing up here at 51.01. So maybe they're going to bust out the bottom of this thing and head lower. I don't know. No clue. This low volume area here is probably significant. Well, quite a phenomenal day. Kind of disappointing to have taken only one trade that netted out a scratch, but at some point in the very near future, I think it's more important to be vigilant on my plan and discipline, and then open up the horizons to, or open up the possibility to. I think what happens with me is I spend a lot of time post analyzing things like that trade, and not being open to continued opportunities, which there was a whole buttload of them of today, of course. So, but hey, no, it's trading. The magic of trading is that there are a continual stream of opportunities. So, if trading no longer exists tomorrow, there'll be a lot more wrong with the world than me not knowing how to do it real efficiently. Sure, I understand what trend was. I would also be sort of hard pressed to take a long at this point going into the 2 o'clock hour, even though there's been a substantial pullback. This 98 area here where we've got a microstructure and a high volume node and a blah, blah, blah. It'd be hard for me to take a long out of there, I think. And go to where? That's always my problem with a trend. Where the hell would it, where you going? It could stop any place. I mean, especially with this kind of toothy thing here. So you take a long out of 98 and it's 99 quarters a low volume area. It's hard for me to figure out. Hard for me to figure out. I do know that at 2:30, I'm going to close the stream off and get ready for the school runs and etc. So, you know.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. What happened there? Yeah, that 98 heads up of Tom's would have been a nice short. No real setup though, so same old crap. Same old, same old. Same old. Why these people they are really serious about drumming up money for these politicians. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So there we are. Will be interesting to see. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see the closing swing trade. Should it appear, because it's obviously into the close and I'm not here. But the heads up on the 98 was a good idea. Just doesn't fit with anything of mine. I guess I got to expand my trade plan for trend days, that's for sure. So I'm not really sure why exactly I would be. I'd love to get one more trade off, obviously, for all the normal reasons. We approach into through 2 now. I'm not sure what this pullback story to. There is no value area, supposedly, in a trend. So to say that this was a pullback to the developing value area, even though it precisely was. I don't know. Don't know. And it was a trend day, yeah. But there's a buttload of volume traded down here in this value area distribution. So I'm not so sure I completely buy the concept that there's no value in a trend as it takes off and makes new highs. Anyway, it's like the old saying, opinions are like butts. Everybody's got one. So that's the deal. And a lot of traders are very, they talk with a great deal of conviction about their particular opinion or philosophy. So it's pretty hard to separate the wheat from the chaff sometimes. That's why I spend my days alone. I don't look at social media. The only thing I look at all, besides, the reports, investing.com for reports and earnings reports and that thing, is the Trader's Lab, which I read out of the corner of my eye on one monitor on another machine. And I spend no time looking at anything else other than the market in front of me. Knock wood, that's worked out okay so far. I'm thinking they're going to test this 98 some more, and I wonder if I've got myself positioned for this properly. Pretty hard to take a short in the middle of all this up day, though. That's for sure. So I have the window selected now in case I want to execute. I have to be mindful of the time. Oh, well. Yeah, I seriously doubt at this point I will engage because I've only got a short period of time before I have to leave. I was anticipating or contemplating a short at 98. Well, I would have just now be scaled or close to it. So I'll just leave the crosshairs there and see how my idea would have worked out in the closing minutes here that I have to watch the market. And I would have just been scaled at this point. Right there. So it would be risk neutral at this point. And now it's going to have to get down into all the low volume down below 92-ish. Below that developing value area, high area, which, even though lots of people agree there's no value area because the market is in price discovery mode. Oh, here we go. See, now it's would have been scaled. So this could have been the second folly short of the day. And should I have taken the long out of here? That's the question. For me, it just seems so much more. I don't know. Must be, maybe I'm psychologically screwed up or on tilt or something, but easier for me to see and justify in my own mind or my own feelings or my own whatever it is, shorts most of the time. Having said that, of course, this could have been the perfect test down to whatever you want to call this line, this area down around the 94 for a long. Yeah, so we'll see. According to the first hypothesis, and it's short at 98 and it's scaled. So let's see what happens. Well, here we are back to my, whatever you call it, hypothetical entry short. So it's scaled and I'm even. Now what? Is it going to go long out of 98 and go flying up to the moon, Alice? Running out of time here for me to do a trade, unfortunately. Unless it just took off like a scared rabbit, and then I could jump in and jump out, hit out of it with the keystrokes, hit in and hit out with the keystrokes to pick up a few bucks. But that's not really part of the plan. Fun, but it's not part of the plan. Well, and let's see. Let's just see. I think I'll have a Ghirardelli chocolate in honor of the situation here. So here's a short setup I just happened to notice. We poked right up through this 5,100 mark. Took out some buying here, 98 stops, and then came back up to test with no buying, 3. So, and 250 sell iceberg right here. So that was, I guess you could consider that a short, but where are you going? 5 handles or 4 handles. So that's really not. And it's a long, pretty much unarguable uptrend day. And where's this crap about? How does this work? Mm-hmm. Liquidity lifted off there at 51. That's interesting. So I guess the places to be interacting are these areas here above the marked as a developing value area highs. We're 70% of the volume traded, but I guess it's not really the value. A bit clearer over here what's going on. One thing about the market, it is always interesting. So there we go. Now what? Looks like they're going to run it up, I guess. It's only 2:20. Pretty early for the run, I suppose. And I am just going to if they really took off, I jump on a quick long. Just was basically a retracement back to the top, but I don't think they're going to get enough momentum going that would carry me through the 3 points for the scale. And I'm running out of time. So I would let the, unless it really takes off like a rabbit, but that's going to be too early. I mean, too late. Of course, rearview mirror trading, I could say that I saw this down here at the developing second test, and I got on this long, and I was scaled up here, and all of those things would be true, but none of those things were so obvious to me at the moment. And this is going to be kind of could be one of those pains in the butt too, where it just kind of notches its way up. Stair steps up slowly. What happened right here? Just a low volume sell off right there. Back at 51 here, goofing around. Well, shucks. I wish I would have had the, I don't know what, something. Good sense to have traded better. A scratches. I traded my plan properly. My entry execution error caught me in late, but I traded my plan perfectly. Didn't make any mistakes there. Took the scale, held my stops, took the scratch. So there you are. But it would be nice to have tagged a couple extra slices of pizza in the process, well, especially when you look back at such a large move, And here they're going to just fluff around now, which is just real freaking irritating to me. Anyway. So I'll shut this off at the bottom of the hour, the stream. And that will be that. I will also disconnect the. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll go until I actually get ready to walk out, because if something happened and I had the opportunity to hit into a trade, I would not do it if the stream were closed. Trying to be real diligent about. I am being diligent about no trades off stream. So, what's the purpose of a journal if the trades aren't there? It's stupid, even if you say it fast. The problem kind of now is that I don't know. Really, this is really no trade for me. Certainly not anything vetted. So I would be hard pressed to justify what that would be. If I were to take one. I better find my phone. Oh, looky there. I walk away for a second and kaboom. Back to our old friend, the developing value area high, which doesn't exist. So is this another one of those go longs at the developing value area high, which doesn't exist? Not nearly convincing enough for me. My problem, probably. There's that developing value area high long again for the third time. Now 4 points. I'm still kind of the mind that a lot of longs in this market need to get out, but I'm afraid I'm not going to be here to watch, which is pretty darn disappointing. Another 5 points on that same damn trade. You'd think I'd have learned to go long better after all this time. Well, 3 minutes and the alarm goes off and I hit the door. So I'll do my farewells at this point. I won't be taking a trade in 3 minutes, I don't think, unless it goes through the moon. And even then, I'd be pretty hard pressed to jump on one. I should have taken my own advice and just hit it here and put a stop right under it. Now they're likely to get going here through this slow volume area. Ooh, bunch of selling there. There's some people starting to get out. Disappointingly, I won't be able to watch this. The lows, I can watch it in replay, of course. Wow. What brought that mesothon on here? I don't know. Here comes another one. Wow. That's pretty incredible. Yeah. A lot of selling going on there now. And who? Yeah, this is the continual question in my mind. All of this buying going up. There's my alarm. Okay. All of this buying going up, and who the hell was selling it to them? You know, it was higher time frame. What do they need to do in order to take profit? They need to bring it back down and buy down here. Start hitting out all these stops. So I would suspect something similar, but you know. Well, sorry to miss this close, but I'm going to have to hit the road. So all the best. One trade for a scratch at about 2 minutes and 20 in. Have a great day.